I am here. 11 minutes late. Properly late. How goes things and stuff? Today, I'm playing Farming Sim, and not Into the Breach, which is what I was planning to do. Purely because I have a headache, but not like a bad one, just like a kind of one of those like annoying ones that's like, you know, I didn't really feel like focusing on anything, so, you know, is what it is. But, yeah, it's cool. It's a relaxing game, so it'll be good. I might play Into the Breach next week, or maybe on Wednesday, as like a palate cleanser between games. I was planning to start up Dinkum on Wednesday, but I'm not like in a hurry. That's my midweek break game stream, so I don't really care when I get to Dinkum. I'll just get there eventually. Yeah, hi. Hey Dragon, how you doing? The tractor is a bit like a mech. You're right. I mean, in a way. I mean, mechs tend to have sort of, well, I guess not all of them. Yeah, no, I suppose. Yeah, technically. I guess any vehicle is kind of a mech if you think about it. I mean, I imagine there's like a specific description for mechs. Like, they probably have to have like appendages. Well, I mean, I guess a tractor can have an appendage. Yeah, I don't know. Like, it doesn't necessarily need to be humanoid, probably. I've seen lots of mechs with like, that like are like spiders. Spider mechs. So that wouldn't be it. Having legs wouldn't be it, because I've seen mechs with like treads. Having arms isn't necessarily the case, because I've seen mechs with no arms that are just like a chassis and like a hull, and then like mounted on top they have guns. So I think a mech is just whatever you want it to be, really. Anything could be a mech, provided you're inside of it, I guess. And it's a vehicle. Hey, Xamich, how you doing? Get up on the first stream. 2 minutes of ads? Yeah, well, it's 3 usually, but if you get caught in the middle of it, maybe it'll be shorter for some people. I don't know. You out of ad jail? Good, because I'm here. You're cool? Very good. I'm warm. Hey, Zarendel, how you doing? You're not new, but hello regardless. Anyway, I should probably switch on over. The game is gonna be quiet for a moment while I turn all the sound down. There you go. Greetings, humans and others, yes. Greetings. Hey, Wandering Dragoon, you're not new either, but hello regardless. Hope you all are doing well, trying to be back. Well, welcome back. You don't gotta be back if you're like busy with stuff. I appreciate seeing you here, but don't feel obligated to show up. We're all new here. Well, new to the stream, I suppose. I keep forgetting my password to the music website that I use, so I have to like write it down now. Because I only use it like once a week at most. And so now I have it written down. Well, I wrote it down last week on a sticky note, and then I lost the sticky note today. So I wrote it down on my like a notebook that's like I won't lose because it's big. So now there's that. You think I misread that? Oh, you're trying to be okay. My bad. I did misread that. I did, yeah, I just missed, I guess I just couldn't, like, mix the two messages together. My mistake. Look, you know, like, the eyes are failing me recently a lot for some reason. I don't know why. I've been misreading chat messages constantly. Like, nothing's wrong with them, they just, I guess it's just a weird angle of the browser or whatever. wonder if I can increase the font size. I would have done that a while ago, but... clearly it's not enough. I don't even see the option here anymore. I used to be able to increase the chat size. I don't know. Anyway. Sorry. But yeah, you just gotta do what you can. You know, do your best. Stay strong. You only hear when it streams of your interests. And yeah, that's okay. That's good. That's a good way to do it. Alright. Now, what was I doing? Do mediocre. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, do whatever you do what you can. Sometimes, you know. I feel like the sentiment was the same. Maybe the wording wasn't exactly the same. Oh yeah, look at all my pallets of food that I can't sell. Amazing. I'm gonna hang on to this for like 6 more months. Yeah. Alright, what do we got in the greenhouse? Water's good. I could refill it. It might be good to refill it at the start of the stream so I don't get too distracted and then get like confused when it's not working later. Go ahead and attach that. There you go. Yeah, I regularly forget my password to the music website for some crazy reason. And it's like, because like I said, I use it once a week, like, and I have done for like literal years. It shouldn't be that hard to remember, but it's just like, if I used it every day, I might remember it. And it saves your, and this is crazy. It saves the password on the website if you ask it to, like a remember me function, but it only does it for like 5 days or something. Or maybe it's not, it's like, maybe it's like 2 weeks. It's something like, it's not forever, basically, is what I'm saying. It might be 2 weeks. Because I have to sign in pretty often. So it'll save it for an amount of time, and then I'll like sign in, and not because I don't have to remember it, because it remembers it for a bit, and then I have to sign in, and it's like, oh, actually, you didn't put your password in, and I'm like, oh, gotta remember my password again. Outrageous, having to constantly remember that. But like, it's great. And on a similar note to the password nonsense thing, music, sorry, specifically the music part of the password nonsense. I keep hearing, and I've complained about this before, I keep hearing people's YouTube videos playing the Fable soundtrack, and it makes me so mad, because there's no way that they're allowed to do that. But I want to do it too, because I love Fable. I love Fable's music, but I'm not like brave enough to risk the copyright strike, because that music isn't like allowed to be used, but everybody's using it. And I don't know why. I've heard it in like 3 different videos from different creators, and I'm like, is it just because other people are doing it and nobody's gotten in trouble yet? It's like, it's not allowed. Like, I'm not gonna report them or anything, but like it just feels like walking a dangerous like line, you know? I guess good music, but I guess there's like this weird sort of, I don't know, like stipulation to like video game music, where if it's video game music, it's allowed to be used in, but it's not, like, it's just weird, and it's annoying, because like, I guess if they don't care about being demonetized, then sure, but, like, dang. Like, some of these people I know are like big YouTubers, so like their primary income is from YouTube, so there's no way they can put that on their video without being demonetized, unless it just is free use, but I'm positive it's not, because I've looked it up constantly. I look it up like every like 6 months, because I want to use it. I'm like, is it ready? Can I use it? Am I allowed to use it? And you know, the thing is, like, it's from, I don't know who did the music, but it's licensed by Lionhead Studios, which was owned by Microsoft, but Lionhead Studios got canned, so maybe the music just isn't under copyright because it's owned by a company that doesn't exist anymore. Like, I have no idea how it works, but dang, I want it. I want to play Fable music up randomly in my streams. Not allowed. Anyway, it's whatever. Don't do your best, do what's good for you. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I meant. Like I said, the sentiment was meant to be, you know, just treat yourself well. It wasn't really meant to be like, I demand that you do 110% all the time. I mean, I guess some people mean it that way, but that's not how I intended it. But, yeah, I don't know. Easy to misinterpret, I suppose. Or not. It's fine. YouTube will copyright you if you leave 2 seconds of main menu music clipped into the VOD. I mean, yeah, that's kind of it, huh? Concept to do your best. It's awful to live under when you know you can do better than this. I mean, yeah. I don't know. I've kind of, like... I haven't really... I very early in my life learned that doing your best at something is just a way to make you burn yourself out a lot. But that has also, like, come back to bite me a lot, too. Because, you know... It's some things you need to make an effort to do better on, even if you don't think you'd want to or can. But... yes, I very rarely put more than, like, half an ass into any work I do. Sometimes a little bit more, as a treat. But never a whole one. Okay, that's all good now. Just need to drive it past to the last one. I think it should be full up now. I believe the last one should still have some water requirements, but it did look like it filled up, so maybe not. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Alright, there you go. Got that done. Okay, any tasks to perform today? We got a baling job. Those are fun, pretty easy. Fertilizing, harvesting, spraying, wood transport. I don't want to do wood transport. Harvesting's good. What kind of ones? Is it spinach, peas? Well, they're pretty expensive, like, to, like, lease. So I'd only get, like, 1,900 from them. That's a big field. It would take a long time to do. These fields are smaller, but the vehicle's also smaller. You know, that's probably okay. I'm gonna let them do this one. I don't trust them to do 24. I feel like they'd have a hard time. I'll let my AI, like, employee do Farmland 4, while I go do the baling at 44. job. Position 4. Get on in there. I believe in you. You can make it. Okay. Sometimes they don't like know how to move the car out of the way, so sometimes you gotta. Well, they still haven't moved, which sort of implies they don't know what they're doing. It didn't tell me they stopped. I don't think. Oops. What's the matter with you? Why can't you move? Move. You're fired. Drive this up with them just so that I can not have to worry about it. I don't know how fast they drive though. Do they stop for pedestrians? No, they do not. I'm not responsible for that. I'm fronting that bill to you. God, can you imagine? Driving behind like a combine harvester. Not even a combine harvester, it's just a harvester. Where is Field 4? I know it's to the right somewhere. I don't know exactly where, though. I've closed the map, so I don't remember. I can open up the bigger map. Oh, there it is, I see it. Maybe press 9? Yeah, you can make the map larger, but it takes up a lot of screen space. Yeah, I do want to go back to playing Into the Breach again. That was fun. It's hard to, like, you know, choose what games to play when, because I do quite like this Sunday stream being for games that are, like, relaxing. Not a huge fan of ones that are like too difficult or stressful. And Into the Breach is quite stressful, because you're trying not to... You know, it's a puzzle game, basically. You're trying real hard not to get blasted by aliens while protecting objectives. If it wasn't for its, like, very short nature, like, because it's like a roguelike kind of game, roguelite, whatever, then it would be... I guess it's roguelike, isn't it? It's not roguelite at all. Anyway, if it wasn't for, like, the nature of, like, resetting, it would be a lot more difficult to, or it'd be a lot easier to stream on like my Thinky game day. But I just choose not to, because there's no, like, long-lasting story to it. You just sort of do it until you win, then you reset the world or whatever and do it again. There might be an overarching story that, like, exists that I just don't remember. But I definitely remember that it's supposed to be, you know, you're a time traveler who's going back to stop, like, the bug apocalypse or whatever. You've driven behind some, they're not fun. Better than crossing one, or any other heavy, large farm equipment on a tiny countryside road. Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what I would assume, really. Like, they're just sort of really slow behind and scary to go in front of. Because they're, like, really big, right? Like, I mean, like it's like, you know, playing a video game, you can't really get a size, like an estimate of like actual size of something like that. I think, oh, there it is. It's kind of like horses. Like horses are really big, but you don't really think about how big horses are because you just sort of see them like running around in fields or whatever, right? But like when you're standing next to a horse and they're like the same height as you at the shoulder, you're like, dang, that's kind of scary. Machines can be very big nowadays. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's still cool. Like, I like that there is, as much as it like isn't great for the environment and stuff. It is interesting that they've like created like gigantic machinery with a sole purpose of this exact thing, you know. Like, there's no other purpose that those machines exist for other than just like harvesting gigantic fields. Today's soup is chicken, again, but this time it's homemade. It didn't turn out very well. I should have put... something in it. I don't know what. Just kind of like, maybe less water. I don't know, it's just kind of watery. I don't often put water in it, for what it's worth. I mean, that's not true. I mean, like, lots. You put enough in for, like, the boiling of the bones and stuff, but... you know. I tend to just follow random recipes online and then deviate from them at some point in the process. Usually it works out, but sometimes it turns out bland or bad. There was a point where I still do it occasionally, but I don't really like it. I'll occasionally put, like, bouillon, like chicken bouillon, into my rice when I'm cooking rice, just to add, like, a little bit of flavor to the rice, you know? And every time I do it, I'm like, I wish I didn't do this. But then I just do it again, like, a couple months later. Get out of my way, giant hay bale. I need to get this hay. Ah! Ah! Well, that didn't work out. Just put it right in front of another line I need to go down. Get out of the way. I guess that's the downside to having the automatic drop turned on, because you can't really choose where to put them when they drop. So they can easily get in the way. Why do I do it again when it's bad? It just sounds like a good idea, and it adds like a little bit of flavor. And I'm just like, I just like plain rice, turns out. Plain rice with like salt or soy sauce. This is white rice I'm talking about. Like, I just don't really like it when it's seasoned with like chicken or something. Or beef. I had like this vegetable bouillon that I used with it one time, and that was alright. But the reason is I just sort of hope it tastes better every time. That's all. The thing is, like, I do make rice quite often now that I know how to cook it. And like, 75 to 80% of the time I don't put it in, the bouillon. But when I do, I regret it. Add some soy sauce to your soup. Cook your rice with coconut milk. Is that good? I don't know where to get coconut milk. I imagine I probably could. But I don't really like coconut milk that much, so I've never bought it, and I've never used it in cooking. Soy sauce to soups doesn't sound terrible, because I quite like soy flavored soup. But I don't know if I'd like it with chicken soup. I feel like soy sauce has a very distinct flavor that's hard to, well, cover? I don't know. So if it ends up, it's really easy to overpower the other flavors, I think. You don't like coconut, then it's probably not good. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I don't mind coconut with stuff, but like, nobody I know uses coconut for anything, except for, like, pina coladas and, like, almond joys. So, you know, it's kind of hard to get a real taste for them. Or the cookies that use coconut, whatever those are called. But coconut milk tastes a lot different than coconut does. From my memory, at least. I need you to finish that. Okay, well, whatever. They're working on it. What's next? Cultivating? That's not too bad. I can do a cultivation. Hoeing, spraying, transport, harvesting. You know, harvesting would by far make the most money. It's just that they take a long time, because, like, these ones specifically, like peas and spinach and stuff, are very, like small harvester heads. Oh, dang, that's a big cultivator. I'm glad, but I wasn't expecting it. But yeah, back to the whole, like, bouillon thing, is like, when I make, like, rice, it's like, I make it often enough that I kind of get tired of it, but it's cheap and easy, so I make it pretty regularly, and I'll put it in stuff to, like, make it a little bit different. Like, I'll add it to my, like, soups and stuff occasionally, or, you know, I'll fry it up. I'll, you know, put it over, or put it under an egg or whatever. Like, I'll fry up an egg and then split it over the rice and eat it like that. That kind of stuff, just to sort of spice it up, you know? But, or, you know, I'll like, fry it up with, like, some freaking wieners or something to add a little bit of extra variety to it. But it's like, you know, eventually it kind of gets, you know, it's dull, so I tend to chuck the bouillon in because I just want to have, like, a little bit of flavor to the rice, to have something different that doesn't require me to put any extra effort in. And it's not that it's bad, it's just, like, disappointing every time, because it just doesn't really add much to it that I couldn't just do with, like, salt. It just tastes, like, vaguely chickeny, and I'm like, alright. Sure. I guess. I stand corrected, this is a very small one. I thought it was much larger than that. This is gonna take a long time. Oh no, and I also lined it up wrong. where's the edge of that thing? Like right on the edge of the wheel there. Right there, it looks like. Yeah. I guess I could turn on the assistant so I don't have to actually pay attention to this. I don't really want to do that too often, but with a field this large and a header that, or like a tool that small, it might be difficult to like not mess up. But the thing is, like, I think if I had coconut more often, I wouldn't mind it. I just don't have it often enough to like it. I just don't know anything about it, you know? I don't make anything with it. I missed some, darn. There are ways to flavor your rice properly, just to find it. I mean, yeah, just chucking some salt on there is fine most of the time. I don't really like to butter my rice that often, but sometimes I'll throw some butter on there. I'm feeling particularly lazy and don't want to, like, season it. And like I said, sometimes I'll just cook it up with some wieners to add like a little bit of extra variety to the flavor of it. But some kind of sacrilege there, I think. Oh wait, I should probably go check the other vehicle now. Yeah, it's ready to go. Where is the output? It's on that side. I'm pretty sure I have crop destruction on, but I guess the game doesn't care. What the hell? You didn't even lift it up enough. How am I supposed to get under that? Indian recipes have good flavoring. Cumin rice or spiced rice. That's true, but I don't know. I've been using just like jasmine rice, which I feel like doesn't... I don't know if it really matters if you use like specifically basmati or whatever. Because jasmine rice is like... Vietnamese? Something like that. It's not like... It's a different part of the world, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if certain spices would be the same with it. But I mean, I guess anything could taste good with anything if you just do it. It doesn't necessarily have to be the same recipes from that culture. But even by that logic, if it is Vietnamese, I could just look up like some Vietnamese recipes and probably do something like that. It's not like I have any shortage of recipes available to me. I have an infinite wealth of knowledge and wisdom from ages past at my fingertips at any given moment. Hey, crop duster calling crop thresher. Make sure to rain the corn before bringing in the dough. What? What kind of trucker call signs we doing here? We're spilling the beans over fair weather. Over and out. Yes. 10 for crop duster. This is corn header actual. Harvesting the wheat or something. What button did I just press? There you go. It's you know they're in the field 5x5. Jasmine versus Basmati is a different flavor profile and texture, but they should work mostly the same. Jasmine works well with Thai recipes. Oh. I switched to buying... I quite like Basmati, but I switched to buying Jasmine purely because at the store that I buy my food at, for whatever reason, the Basmati rice is in, like, a really, really, like, thin bag, and all of, like, the printing text or whatever on the outside of the plastic bag comes off on your hands. And so I literally just stopped buying the Basmati rice because I got tired of my hands being all sticky and, like, blue from the bag. Like, I liked the rice, I just hated having to deal with my hands getting all sticky whenever I used it. And so I started putting the rice into, like, baggies instead, but I just felt like it wasn't worth the effort when I could just buy a bag that didn't, like, bleed onto my hands. You actually saw Convoy for the first time last month? Pretty good movie. I haven't seen Convoy. Have I heard of that? It sounds familiar. The moral proclivities could be a bit more ambiguous, you feel? As someone who hasn't seen it, I'm not entirely sure what you mean, but if it feels a bit like it might be dicey conversation, if it's no. Maybe not an appropriate conversation. Plenty of moral quandaries that I'm sure truckers face on a regular basis. Charm of old movies, they're somewhat more blunt over newer films. That's not entirely true, I don't feel. I mean, it depends on the film, I suppose. There's lots of, like, very overt messaging. It's just that people don't tend to be quite as receptive to it when it's overt. So it gets, like, suppressed a lot in more recent movies, I think. Another job rejection out of the pile. No big loss. Still sucks to add some morale a bit. Yeah, like yeah, it's a real hit to morale. As someone who has, as someone who's now currently self-employed, I've been through the grind. I'm gonna have to go back into the grind pretty soon. And I'm really not looking forward to it, but you'll find some. Just takes doing. Try your best not to let it get you down too much. Not that that's helpful advice, but you know. The market's sort of designed to wear you out, so they can pick and choose the candidates that have the most willpower, basically. Don't know what the benefit of that is. Maybe willpower is the wrong word. Desperate maybe is the better one. But I feel like that's a bit more grim. You know, my music's louder than usual. Grim, more like Crim. Well, yeah. You've been through it 7 years ago with 2 years of unemployment, so you know the grind? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I've been through the job market a couple of times. Getting like, it was like the, you know, sort of the best thing ever when I was able to finally get like a reasonable amount of income from doing something like for myself, by myself, but like American healthcare especially is tied entirely to employment through businesses. Benefits and healthcare in general is tied to like companies in America. I don't know if it's the same elsewhere, but probably not. And so having somebody like me working for myself, I don't really get the benefits of like working for a company. But the you know, the positive is I don't have to pretend to give any amount of care to profit margins or whatever of the company. I mean, well, my company, I guess I do, but why'd you do that? How dare you? But you know, with things going the way they are right now, it's, you know, it's always good to have like a stable footing, even if it's a nightmare to get into one. How well do these simulator games train you to do the real thing? Do you think you could move to Nebraska and Outback and make it big as a corn farmer? No. Well, yeah, corn's easy. It's subsidized, so you don't have to be good at it. You just get paid for growing corn and then not harvesting it. Just let all that corn go to waste. And it's totally fine. You get paid big bucks by the government. Need a Wisconsin dairy sim now? Maybe. Even though the state has supposedly been bypassed in quantity by California. I don't know, I haven't really been keeping track of the old dairy market. You're honestly trying to find a way to be self-employed someday, but that's a medium to long-term project. Yeah, I mean, it comes with its own hardships for sure. I wouldn't be self-employed if it wasn't for like an incredibly dire circumstance that led me to it. And it just sort of worked out all right in the end. But it's difficult as as everything keeps going up in price, and because I don't have like a fallback, I don't have a steady income, I'm kind of struggling a bit here and there. I'm a commissioned artist. I'm a freelance, so I do the work that people ask me to do or pay me to do, and then I have to go and network to businesses and ask if they need things done. But with this incredible rise of the most damning, you know, technological advancement in history, I'm having a difficult time getting businesses to pay me anymore. So when I could have made like, you know, 10 grand from a business commission, I'm now making 0 because they have a computer that can make hundreds of thousands of images per second at their side. So that's always nice. I got a bone in my soup. Ow. Rude. Anyway. Yeah, self-employment's fine. It's a bit tough, but, you know, it works. If you're able to get like a solid footing, then it's worth it for sure. That's why you look for niche opportunities that your skill set can fill, but it's not always possible. And AI is killing the market at the moment. Yeah, that's it. I'm really excited for it to crash at some point, but who knows when that'll happen. They're propping themselves up with fake money to pretend they're profitable. It's been that way for a while. Got some ideas, but you need to find time to explore it. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Finding the time is rough. Not a very happy topic to discuss, honestly, but it's sort of reality, isn't it? AI worker D's nearly a full tank again. Very good. I imagine, like... eventually, it'll resolve. So there's only so much people are willing to take before they're fed up. And that breaking point is ever closer by the day. I wonder if the AI is just not doing very good at the harvesting, or if that field is really that hard to harvest with the pea harvester. Just hope the crash doesn't bring everything down with it, since everything seems to be tied to it. I doubt it. They have fail-safes. I mean, they're investing like whole hog into it, but you know, the most important thing is money, and they're not going to rely. And if they start to see the crash coming, they're not gonna go along with it. They'll drop ship pretty much as soon as it starts to show signs of going down. Jump ship, not drop ship. Sorry. Jump ship. Businesses are scum, but there's a reason that they're the way they are. I think it'll probably stay as like a personal project, but considering our, you know, the global water supply is kind of important. And it's dwindling very rapidly. They're gonna, you can't, like, you gotta keep people alive to, you know, exploit them. So they're gonna have to learn pretty quick that if all the water's gone, they can't make any money. You can't stop technological advancement. You too will embrace the automation. Nah, no such thing. Automation? Crazy. Give me that manual labor so I can do something for money. What happened there? What happened here? Did I do that? Is crop destruction actually on? Doesn't look like it. I definitely turned it on, but I don't know why that would have happened. Come on, that's really close. you... How am I... You're fired. Where are you? Get over here. You. Fired. Yeah, it has proper usage, but not this current everything done with AI. Back to where you go, lurk mode activate. Yeah, no worries. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it does, but the only thing people are obsessed with is making everything as much AI as possible so that nobody has anything to do and they don't lose any money. Maybe when they've realized that it's a bad business model, things will go good, and they'll actually develop something useful. But as it is now, it's genuinely useless and makes mistakes constantly and isn't improving. Costs a lot of money, destroys the environment, etc., 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 etc. Why is this not harvesting? Oh, it is. It's just that it just harvests a very small amount. Okay, you can go and do your stuff then. Enjoy. AI worker C did not complete their task. What are you talking about? There. Raising your GPU prices. Yeah, I mean, that's a great thing. Buying all of like the RAM and GPUs that'll ever be produced for the next like 3 years or whatever with money they don't have is a real good business model. You know, it's definitely nothing could go wrong. Just a matter of time until it backfires. Just gotta tough it out. The worst part is it's not even gonna be satisfying when it happens. It's not gonna. There's not gonna be any "I told you so." It's just gonna be like sad and frustrating. But, oh well. I'm not a huge fan of talking about AI on my stream. It makes me annoyed. So I'm gonna say we call it quits on that. I guess it was winding down anyway, but just to be clear, I'd like to stop. I was hoping eventually that the AI would give me the ability to, like one of the NPCs would give me the ability to like harvest grass, not grass, like mow lawns. I bought a lawnmower in the hopes that I would get the ability to like mow lawns, and nobody wants to give me grass cutting jobs. And I don't know when the best time for grass cutting jobs is, and I've picked up grass before, so I know they'd have them. But they're really not showing up. I recently saw this game that looks really good. It's like an old style MMO made with like modern kit, basically. They have a demo. It's called Project Gorgon, and I was playing that with a friend very briefly, and it's really good, but it's got like so much to do, and it feels so weird playing like a game that feels like a really old MMO. Like in this day and age, just because, you know, I've played tons of games with like better like UI, controls, you know, quality of life features. Going to like a game that's just sort of intentionally archaic feels so wild. And it's cool because, like, you know, you sort of just discover stuff as you play. But it has pretty good reviews, and people seem to quite like it. I think it's pretty fun. It costs like $20-something, but the demo is very, very large. Oops, I did not mean to accept that job. Hopefully it's not too bad. I meant to complete that one. Also, I can't even do this job because I don't have a cultivator. How much is a cultivator going to cost me so I can actually do it? It's not. Sorry, bud. I'm gonna have to cancel that job because I don't have a cultivator. Actually, I probably could if I take another cultivation job. I could use the other cultivator for that field too, which I wasn't planning to do, but I'm gonna have to now. Do it by hand. Yeah, I could do. It would take the rest of the year, but you know. This thing better fold out. Oh my god, it doesn't fold out. How big is that other field? 41 and 44. They're both about the same size. Woof. In fact, because I took this by accident, I am going to hire an NPC to do it. If it lets me. Because, frankly, I just don't want to. I didn't mean to take that job, it was an accident, so I'll let the AI do it. Harvesting. Do we have anything that aren't peas? Or spinach? Those both take forever. There aren't any. Eesh. Ugh. It's not much for me to do, then. 39,000. Well, a different kind, but yeah. Technically, I suppose, yes. I was only going to do one, like, NPC worker at a time while I was doing other things, but because I took that job by accident, I don't want to sit there and do a tough field with such a tiny little plow or whatever. Cultivator. Like I said, I could buy a cultivator. I guess I could see how much they actually cost. If I buy my own cultivator, I could get a bigger one. But I only have a medium-sized tractor, so I wouldn't be able to get like a big cultivator. I can even find cultivators in here. Oh, right there. Yeah, like these ones, like 18.3 meters, 14.9. Yeah, like 9's, like these are, like which one's like the cheapest for like size? 6, 7.5, 6. And these are both 6. The one I think I'm using right now is this one, which is 3. This is double the size. And it only costs a little bit more. I mean, that's probably the best one for the size to value. I guess I could buy it. I was saving up to buy a field, but I might have to just to speed up the process. Oh. Why does it have... Do those do anything? What's all this extra stuff? What does it do? Cedar unit? Oh, cool. You can do a cedar on it, too. That could be kind of good, though. Us, like, mixing it with a cedar. That way you can, like, just seed and cultivate at the same time. Okay, I'll just turn off this. Go to design, like, 1 or whatever it defaults. Well, let me just... What was it? Yeah, just it defaults to design 5. For some reason. But I don't know why. There must be a reason for that, but I have no idea what it would be. But that makes it significantly more expensive. I guess that's a weeder. Like this is the cultivator. I'm guessing that's gonna be like the rower, and this is like the weeder. But I'm not sure that actually makes a difference in the game. That's all my money though. All of it. I don't know why you wouldn't just get this one. There must be a reason. No. Yes, that's fine. I'll buy this and go help weed the other field, or help cultivate the other fields. Every time I can't line this up correctly because you have to like right under it. Please. Just do it. Please. I hate these kind of pipes. Please. Why do peas take so long to harvest? There's so little of them in there, too. I mean, they're small, I guess. That makes some sense, but... Gee. There. Okay. Just get out of the field, somewhat. Let them do their thing. While I go and go back to my own truck. Tractor, rather. Now I'm even poorer, which is annoying. Hopefully this is actually useful and doesn't cause me problems, because I genuinely have no idea why it was so big before. I think it might be quite heavy. Oh, I mean, maybe that's why. It doesn't have wheels. One of them had wheels, and it was like, oh, it was like a trailer hitch or whatever, instead of like connected directly to my tractor. That was probably part of it. It had like the articulated trailer on it, and then it made it so it didn't weigh my truck down. What was the field I'm looking at? 41, okay. I don't think my tires are touching the ground. They are, barely. They're doing that field fine. I might have to bring them over to this one to help, so I guess they didn't really need the larger one. Although I think it was for 41 that we rented the equipment. How big is this? Not that big. There? About there, yeah, okay, so... It's like at the bend of the strut there. Just about. Even then, it's a bit small. Okay, that's fine. Missing a bit, but it's okay. Don't think my tractor is quite suited for using this thing. It's having a hard time, so it's definitely too big for my tractor. I can upgrade it, I guess, tractor. I can get a bigger engine, but that would take a lot. Do I have to? Where's like the vehicle shop? I might have to upgrade it to have the trailer, so I can actually like. Anytime my truck struggle or my thing struggles, it kind of like makes it go off a bit. Sorry about your crops. Although we did get 10% of it done with one pass, so it's not so bad. Seems fine. The plan for today was to buy a field, but I'm definitely not going to be able to. When I sell those peas, I'll make a little bit of money. When I finish these 2 fields, I'll make some money. But unless I, like, you know, go back and like sell all of my crops, which I need to wait until sometime February, I think it was. January. If I wait till January, I can sell all my stuff, but it's gotta be really low price until then. So I could technically sell it and be fine, probably, but like I don't know if it'd be worth it. I think it wouldn't make enough money. I've also got eggs. I'm not sure if eggs sell for more during the same season or not. Where's eggs? There. They sell for a decent amount right now, and a lot more in November. Maybe I should hang on till November. Although, I don't know how many eggs that is for 4,000. I'm assuming it's a full pallet, and my chickens are not producing that quickly. Truck out again. Hopefully I'd get it right the first time. I doubt it, because I can't figure out the dimensions of this pipe versus the back. Didn't do it. saw it move that time. So there was a spot that it was okay. Can you please just, like, pretend it's okay for me? Why did this person have to buy such a tall trailer for this stupid little thing? Oh look, it bumped. But you get it so precise. Like, it's ridiculous how precise you have to get this. Just pour it in. I don't care, man. Like, every other machine in the game doesn't require you to, like, get anywhere near this, like, precise. Sake. Get out! You're fired! Just get it in, I don't care. Hold on, where's the... this thing? There. How hard was that? Come on. When I'm approaching with the tractor, lift the thing up. When I arrive, put it down. It's like they're robots. They don't understand. See? Look how easy that was. Get back to harvesting. My programming does not tell me to lift thing, just harvest. Oh no. Useless. Okay, where's my truck? Well, they're doing alright, but I'm now you're fired. This is mine. This is my operation. No fake slurs, please. It sets a dangerous precedent. Oh, the AI didn't do that. Dang. It could have easily just gone up and down the field, but they didn't do the headers. I guess I didn't turn off headers. That makes some sense. Is it a slur? Yeah. I mean, it's a derogatory term for a group of people. You know, there's an argument that because it's... because, like, robots aren't people as such, that it's valid, but I feel like the sort of general intent behind it shares a similar, I don't know, offensive source that you wouldn't want to... I don't know, I just don't want it. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's too easy to sort of gravitate and make it, like, less of an issue than it should be. This is me being woke. This is me being incredibly woke, but I do not like even fake slurs. I don't appreciate. I was raised in a place where that sort of stuff was very much. My entire family is quite not okay, and I've sort of deviated from them in a way they don't approve of. And I don't want to be around that sort of, even as a joke, that kind of stuff, you know. Worker E has completed their task. I find that hard to believe. Which one's worker E? I guess it was this one. You definitely didn't finish your task. There's a whole line there. It's a good argument behind it. Yeah, but it's one of those ones that people can be like, oh, you're just being overly sensitive about it. And I'm like, yeah, is that so wrong? I don't know. Like, I just feel like I think it's a slippery slope that I feel is unnecessary to task. Where did we miss? Snag some of these little bits that I think are probably part of the field. I don't know if there is any more. Is that... That all looks like it's part of the field, so does that, but I don't know what the plant looked like before. This could just be, like, edges. Ah, well. Pipe out. Pattern is the issue, not the specifics. Do as you will, but not here. Yeah, and I mean, like, again, it's... I don't know if it's just me being, like, unnecessarily sensitive about it, but I just would rather you didn't. You meant that I had a good argument not to use the term. You mostly agree with it, and you respect the choice in the face. Alright, well, I appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know, it's like one of those ones I can definitely understand people, like, being... like, I don't know, confused about, but I feel like it's just sort of, I don't know, icky. Where am I taking this to? All the way down here? Alright, how do I get there from here? If I go onto the main road, oh, actually, maybe not. If I take the right path down to 41, I can turn onto the main road and then go down there. Well, no, maybe I just go... Take my right first, my first right off this path here. But no, but I appreciate the understanding. It does mean a lot. And I wish that I wish I was better at, like, sort of expressing my concerns with stuff like that. Okay, I think this is the road I was talking about when I said main road. It's not the main road at all, but it is a road that I believe leads me directly to where I want to go. Yeah, it is. Okay, so just follow this all the way down. And deposit the peas into the cannery or whatever it is. Will I be able to afford one by the end of the day? I don't think so. Maybe. It depends on what the jobs are the next season. Once we finish these 3 jobs, I'm going to end the day, because it's almost nighttime. Then we'll see if it, if there's a freaking lawn mowing one, I would love that. There's also the wood transports, which are pretty fast for how much money they make, but I don't want to keep doing those. It's just kind of tedious. But in, like, a not relaxing way, because you have to actually, like, focus to do them. And you have to drive that on the twisty back roads. So even though they make a lot of money, I don't really enjoy doing them. But, you know, I also want to do, like, a variety of things. So cultivation and harvesting and, you know, occasionally a rock breaking. If I can ever get a grass cutting one, that'd be different. See how much moolah I make from this. Because we'll sell a pretty fair portion of it, and then I'll get whatever's left after the fact. Ooh, it's not looking good. Well, actually, 4,600 extra is not bad at all. And then we get to 2,000 for that. So we made 6,000 some on that. Not so bad. And then you're nearly done with this one, so I'll leave you to it. I'll go back to this. Did I ever play Space Chem? I don't know. It sounds familiar, but I'm not certain if I have or haven't. I couldn't say off the top of my head what it is, so maybe not. Zachtronics game? What does that mean? What is Zachtronics? Is that like a person, or is that a genre? I probably haven't. I may have. I don't know. I have to look it up. Once I finish this line, I'll check it out real quick and see what it is. There's a lot of games that I'm aware of that have like vaguely similar names, so it kind of is difficult to be certain if I have or haven't played some things. Can I get that NPC? No, I guess I don't need to. I'll just use my own, since we're almost done here anyway. I was gonna have them drive over and do it, but don't need to. I can't believe I spent this much money on this thing. It's not even very good. Alright, let me see. Is it one word? Yes. This does not look familiar. No, wait. Maybe it looks familiar. No. Well, maybe. I think I've seen somebody play it, but I don't think I ever have. Because it looks familiar, but not in a way that I think I've ever played. Goodness. Anything else we can do here? Bailing, another bailing contract. Those ones are always nice. They're fast and easy. But I did say I would end the day after this job. And see if they have any dang old grass cutting on the next one. I don't know. I don't know what would improve this thing that I'm using. I think having it as like an articulated trailer would have been a good way to make it work right. But as it is now, it just feels very hard to maneuver in a way that works. If it was further away, it wouldn't be so bad. I need to get a front weight as well, because it's too heavy for my vehicle. And also, I need more horsepower in this thing. Space Chem as a suggested game. definitely not finish it, but you might have fun for a few streams, or you'll throw a tantrum, which is also good. Maybe, yeah. Sure. Let me write it down. I mean, that's sort of the thing. It's like, it does look like one of those, it looks like a factory optimization game, which I'm really bad at. And have a hard time with, even though I want to like them, I always have a very difficult time with them after the first, like, couple hours. This field would have been done so long ago if I had a slightly more powerful engine. I don't even know if it is the engine, because like, I noticed that every time my truck goes, it starts lifting it off the ground. So I think it's probably that it's not heavy enough at the front. So that it, like, lifts off the ground, and then it has to, like, fall back down before it can move again. Something like that. I don't know, I can't really tell. I don't know. Possibly, yes, but I was also just begging it to work at all. Tying yourself in knots. I mean, yeah. It does, there's like a certain satisfaction that you get for, like, doing something difficult successfully. And I've always had a hard time, like, finding that enjoyment in games like that, which is what causes me the most grief, because I really want to like them, like I said. Excruciating but fun, yeah. Like Satisfactory is a really good example. It's like, I did enjoy that game, I really did, until I just really didn't anymore. Like, most of the time I had a good time playing it, and then after a while I just sort of couldn't stand it anymore. It was too much. I don't know where that limit is, where I start to just, like, get completely overwhelmed and have no idea what I'm doing anymore. Like that cute donut game, where you, like, make pastries and sell them. Like, I really enjoyed that. Like a little sort of puzzly factory, like, conveyor line. I really enjoyed it until I just sort of got annoyed at it at some point. And I'm not going to ever play Factorio, because I have played that in the past, and I know how it makes me seethe. Put a note on Space Cam that you're not expected to finish it. I'll know. That's fine. I've quit playing games before. It's alright. I do want to find the vehicle shop, because I know it exists, probably. Is that it right there? Farmhouse. That's, oh, so it is right next to my yeah, I just need to go to the vehicle shop. But yeah, no, I'll remember. I'll remember that I don't need to beat it. I don't tend to... I have a pretty good memory for stuff like that. For, like, spoken words and things I've read, for the most part. I'll rarely forget things like that. Ooh, big truck. Oh, but yeah, I need to buy a front weight for the vehicle, as well as upgrade the engine, and maybe get a better, like, the cultivator with, like, a trailer hitch. Ideally. Oop. Watch out. Gosh, can't you see I'm turning here? I don't know where to go to make the modifications to the vehicle, though. Or if you can. Or maybe you just have to, like, go up to it and try it. I've never actually done it before. I've just been told that you can. Unless it's a different thing entirely. Where's the... maybe not. Is it not called the vehicle shop? Is there like a specific one? Animal dealer? No. Farmhouse? No. Vehicle shop? It would be the vehicle shop, surely, but I don't know how to change it. My friend is... When I was playing with my friend, they did it. Maybe it's back here. Oh yeah, you gotta bring it there, I think. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's see. Customize this. Can I get the bigger engine, please? Because it's clearly not strong enough. 10 grand upgrade for that. I don't need the front loader attachment, because I'm not using it. It doesn't give me anything to return it, though, so I guess I'll leave it. That's fine. Fender, I don't think I need. Wheel setup is fine. 10 grand for that. It's pretty expensive, but... oh well. License plate. K-R-I-M. Main color. Red. Thank you. Okay. No, that's right. Good. 10,000, yes. Then this thing, customize. Ooh, maybe there isn't one. It was design 5 was the default. It doesn't cost me anything to purchase it at design 5? Why? Whatever. I guess maybe I did buy it at design 5 and then I just changed it so it didn't attach. Okay, I definitely need to get a front weight though. Let me see. None gonna be available on the store to purchase. There might be. I might just end the day anyway. If I just end the day and then check the sale shop, it might end up being one available there on sale. They're probably not that expensive. I imagine they're just a big hunk of lead or something. Really? Nothing at all? Alright, well, it's not good. Let's see. I don't know how much we would need. Probably not that much. 900 kilos? Probably not. I'm not really sure how much I'd have to offset. I think that machine was... 2,000? I can find it. It was this one, right? Yeah, 2 tons. Oh wait, it's 2 tons with this. This is 3.4. So I would definitely need a heavier weight than that. I don't think it needs to be super heavy. Maybe just a ton. No. Yeah, let's try that one. Oh, heck yeah, I can color it. Alright. Put it on, see if it stops my vehicle from struggling. Yeah, it seems alright. Yeah. It's not falling over anymore. I haven't tried it putting it in the ground yet, but might be alright. Okay, what do you got? Harvesting, dead wood, plowing, stone picking, wood transport. What kind of harvesting? Carrots. That's a nightmare. I hate... No, I'm not. I cannot harvest carrots. I can't harvest beets either for the same reason. Dang. And spinach isn't worth it. Might have to just end the whole day. This is hoeing. I wonder if a cultivator will work for that. I don't know. Because there is, like, machines for hoeing. Like harrows and stuff, right? Oh, maybe it is cultivation. I guess I could... you know what? I'm gonna accept that job with the borrowed items and see if my machine will do it. Because if it will, then I'll know, and I won't have to worry about it in the future. I don't have access to this land. Okay, so I guess not. This doesn't count as hoeing, apparently. Drat. I was worried about that, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it requires a plow instead. I don't know where to put this, I just realized. Well, I guess just like here is fine. I don't have like a shed for it or anything. There you go. Okay. Now, what is this? It is a disc harrow, so I guess it's a harrow that I need to use. Okay. Oh, it's a weeder. Really? Is hoeing weeding? I think I've had this question before. I think that's like hard to tell. It is. Okay, we're turning this on then. Because I can't tell where I have and haven't been with this thing. Okay, we got harvesting. If we have anything that isn't... Because like these make a lot of money, carrots and beets, but they're like a nightmare to do. And that costs too much to rent. So, we're not going to do any of that. Plowing probably isn't so bad. Stone picking. Wood transport. 7,000 for wood transport. Yikes. It's kind of hard not to do that one. That's, like, very tempting. Such a large amount of money for such an easy job. Alright, you know what? I'm going to do it. I said I wouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it. Okay, you do that. I'll take the wood transport job. You gotta do what you gotta do, you know? That feels like I was pretty close. I overdid it just a little bit. Okay, so the wood's at the top right, I think. Yeah, way up there behind the train. How do I get there? Follow the main road, turn off at the, like, train station. I always feel weird being in a vehicle that has a... Like, when I see a truck in real life that has a nose like this one, it always makes me, like, unsettled for some reason. And I don't know, this is, like, a thing I have no idea how to explain. So don't question me. But, like, when I think of, like a truck, I think of, like, semi-trucks, like American semi-trucks that have, like, the big nose. So when I see a flat nose truck like this, I'm always just like, that's weird. Why is that weird? I don't like it. I don't have a reason for it. I just don't like it. I think that semi trucks should have like big old noses at the front. This is probably a lot safer. You can see in front of your truck. But still, it's different and I don't like it. Where are these logs? There you are. That's a lot of logs. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. It's been a while. Yeah, there you go. Well, this didn't work out very well. I dropped most of the logs I was trying to grab. I don't even got landed in the thing right. Oh, it did. It was fine. Alright. There you go. Down there. Why is it having a hard time? That one log in the way is just kind of like stopping me grabbing. There you go. Wonder how hard this is to do in real life. Probably not nearly as hard. Probably have a little bit of control that you can like actually like understand and feel, and you have depth perception. To be able to like see easier how far something is away from actually being able to get in the truck bed. Like, I'm going based purely on the shadow that doesn't quite line up properly. You probably also have, like, somebody, like, there to secure it or show you, like, tell you how close you are to getting it and stuff like that. This wouldn't be a one-person job. It's fine. It's not fine anymore. I guess 2 is better than none. There. Probably better that way. The logs are trembling at my power. See, I don't know why it's not grabbing more than 1 anymore. Like, it used to grab like 3 or 5 at a time. I wonder if they updated the game for some reason to like stop you grabbing like all of them at once. I don't know why they would do that. It's probably unlikely, but yeah, I can't grab like more than 3 at a time. Or I can barely even grab 3 now. Or I used to be able to grab like 5 at a time if I was real tricksy with it. Worker D has completed their contract. Excellent news. Not as that hard anyway. It's strange that it doesn't work how it used to, but it's not like it's difficult, just different. I'll say that one's done for now. Because I need more space. They're not quite lined up, but it'll be all right, I bet. Well, maybe not. Better. Yeah, I'll take 2, fine. They must have changed something. They're like, no, it's not a realistic simulator if you can take more than 2 at a time. Taking 5? Crazy. Impossible. Because it's like they like go out of their way to get out of my grip when I grab them. They sort of like slip through. Well, that time it worked, kind of. Maybe it's my imagination. Maybe I'm just bad. My hubris. Thinking I was better at picking logs up than I thought, and than was possible. It's definitely not going to grab all of them, I don't think. It's at a weird angle. Well, it seems to work. I guess. Just need 2 more, right? Looks like it. I can't really see for sure, but it looks like 2. They're a bit cattywampus, but ooh. Get that all of them? Looks like it. Yeah, I guess I didn't need to do it myself. I usually do, though. Go ahead and fold it up. Those anchors take a long time to get put away. How do I get back? I gotta go all the way down to like here. So I gotta get back to the main road. So I guess I'll go up to the train station, then back down. Quite a task, but nothing I haven't done before. Be a bit more careful on the drive though, because I can't risk going too fast. I assume they'll... I don't know, they won't fall out, I think, because of the straps, but I think I still might overturn. Nice. Little firewood station. Is camping something done often in Australia? I'd worry it'd be dangerous. I mean, you got like tons of poisonous stuff out there. Venomous, rather. Maybe if it was like a designated camping zone, it wouldn't be so bad, but I wonder. Not to mention the sunlight issue. Can't really be out in the sun that long. Where am I going to? taking a right onto that. Watch where you're going? Turn right onto this road up here. Not this road, but the road after. The main road. Australians love camping. It seems so dangerous. I don't know. Any 3-day weekend is chock full of campers? Really? Like, how? How do you brave the wilderness of snakes and spiders? Seems risky. Get those at home? Well, I mean, maybe, but probably a lot less. You would just find out in the wild. I don't know. As someone who doesn't live there, I don't frequently find like bears in my home. Where am I dropping this off at? Just here? Oh, I guess so. Well, alright. Don't mess with them and they don't mess with you. Also, half the people know rudimentary first aid for snake bites, and there's good anti-venom. You don't lose your everything from one hospital trip. I guess that's all true. We have snakes here, but only a few venomous ones. Like, properly venomous. Okay. I might end the day again. And, sorghum. I might do sorghum. Since that one's 3,000, I'll probably be able to do that. I cannot do any of the root crops. I'm not gonna do that because it's too cheap. But I can do this one. And in case you're curious, the only reason I won't do the root crops ones is it requires you to... It's a vehicle specifically for harvesting those crops, and you have to drive another vehicle next to it. So the reason I don't do them is because I don't trust the AI to drive in a consistent enough fashion that I'd reliably be able to drive right next to them to constantly offload the things that they're gathering, or whatever. Ambulance isn't cheap, but it's not life-ending. Yeah, alright. I mean, I guess that makes some sense. Van Damme style driving. Yeah, exactly. I'm just like split leg on top of a muscle car while they're, you know, delivering the carrots to my vehicle. They make a lot of money, but they're a nightmare to do. There's a mod that you can download that makes it so that the AI will drive next to you harvesting it, instead of the other way around. But I don't have it installed. I could do. Just to give myself more jobs to work with. Okay, 89. I still don't know what sorghum is. It's a good type of grain, I imagine, but... dunno. No. Good. Which way did you attach? That way, okay. I thought that might be the case when I looked in the mirrors, but wasn't certain. There you go. Come to me, sorghum. I desire your harvests. Come on, unload. There you go. What the hell? Lifting up? Crazy. Hey, Opatot, how you doing? Good job on the Hello, I'm New redeem. I was autopiloting there for a second. How was your stream? I seen you were playing Animal Crossing again. Is it good? I'm so used to be you being first. Yeah, that's just sort of what I've... You're almost always first. You have competition now, of course, but... You were always first in the past, so... I got into the habit of anytime I see you use a redeem, just assume it's the one that you used to always get. It's adorable, except the spiders and the wasps. I don't know that I've seen them. I don't know that I don't think I've played any Animal Crossing games. I think I might have one. No, I have Harvest Moon. I don't have any Animal Crossing games. I think that'd be a game I'd like. I just never had one. For such a cute game, they sure did make their creepy crawlies extra creepy. Really? That's surprising. Yeah, the only thing I know about it is they have little cute stuffed animal people. I think the people who make it really like bug collecting. Really interesting. Is there like a large variety of bugs? They're way more realistic looking than the rest of the stuff. Maybe it's just a joke. I mean, I think the only thing that ever put me off about the game is that it like advances in like real time, I guess. So you have to like come back to it like every day or like, you know, several times a week. So the only reason I never really got into it or never really decided to buy one is just, I guess, because of that. Like, I always thought it looked good. Never actually got it. Twitch Mobile really needs an update. You're gonna lose a streak soon because they aren't updating unless you force close the app between each stream you go to? Oh no. That's annoying. I hate that I can't tell how big this harvester is. Extremely, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna just need to do a 3-point turn here. There you go. A 5-point turn, whatever. A turn. And it isn't quite... It isn't quite at 270 for some reason. It's like a 268 or something. But no, that sucks. That sounds very, very frustrating to have to deal with. I don't tend to use Twitch mobile. I find that if I'm ever on Twitch, it's when I'm doing something on my PC. So I'll almost exclusively only ever use it at the PC. So I do not entirely understand your struggles, but I understand they are struggles and frustrations. It's a big field. Okay, where should I guess having it like line up at the edge of the spinning wheel is correct. Like right at the top of the spinning wheel, right there. While I'm doing this, I should probably see if there's any jobs that the NPCs can do. Probably not. I think it's all just like root crops. Yeah. Hoeing. And they would only be half price. Sowing. I don't want to buy the crop. Yeah, nothing really. I'll probably end the day after I finish harvesting the sorghum. The only thing you know about sorghum or that you remember is that it has an H in it? Yeah. Sure does have an H in it. I mean, it's, like I said, it's clearly a type of grain. I just don't know what type of grain. It's also orange or brown. That's another thing I know about it. Well, we've almost filled up. I'll have to go grab the other vehicle that's at the shop still. Could we mill it? Maybe. I don't know. Until I played this game, I'd never heard of sorghum before. The other person was carrying a protest sign, but it was just it was the, like, entering the city sign. I should probably check on the chicken's food. Oh, still good. Still good. I'm trying to think of it's unrelated to anything. Just I was thinking about the games I'm planning to play in what order. I'm trying to decide if Remnant 2 is too similar to Dark Souls. Because, like, in theory, they're very different games. But they have, like, similar mechanics that I feel like might not gel with my sort of varying schedule of games. But I don't know. Tough one. I wish I had more, like, slightly shorter games to play, too, because all the games I have are quite long. So I can never really reliably... I guess I could, like, play, like, Doom Eternal or something. I've heard that's not terribly long. Like, that's another game I wanted to play. That'd probably be different enough from Dark Souls. Dunno. Also, at some point I need to play Blasphemous, but that's, I think, thematically too close to Dark Souls. Even though it's a side-scroller. Like, 2D platformer or whatever. I don't know. It's on the list. Like, I've got the list ready to go just anytime. I might just go with it. And maybe I could switch. I could always, like... I always could just switch the game if I feel like it's not, like, a good choice at the time. Not a huge fan of swapping games, but... I could just be being concerned for no reason. Like, I don't... like... Does anybody care if I play, like, the same general game back-to-back, or is it just a me thing? I feel like I need a little bit of variety. I don't want to... Only you think? I mean, you wouldn't want to see Dark Souls 1, then Dark Souls 2, then Dark Souls 3, then Elden Ring, right? Like, not back-to-back to back-to-back. I think that'd be just a bit too much of the same. I mean, I guess if you're not, like, properly, like, watching, that'd be fine, you reckon? I don't think so. But I guess it is just a me thing, then. Maybe, I guess it is just me. I wouldn't be able to stomach playing those games back-to-back like that anyway, but... Can do Dark Souls week if you want to. I mean, no. I think I'm alright. I don't want to... Maybe I could have, like, a special event, like, where I play a specific game or series, but I don't think I'd do it like that. I just worry I'd get, like, too bored. Like I talked about really early on when I started my weird schedule. When I first started streaming, I did, like, one game and nothing else, right? So I'd played Hardspace Shipbreaker, the full game all the way through. Then I did, like, Sekiro, I think it was. It was either Sekiro or Breathage. Then I did Medieval Dynasty. I think after Medieval Dynasty, I swapped to doing like, more than one game at a time. I don't remember for sure, but that would have been, like, within the first, like, 3 or 4 months of me streaming. Like, immediately realized that doing it, like, one game the entire time was a bit draining. It does get you through games a lot faster. And it also allows for people who are, like, interested in those specific things to come in when I'm playing them easier. Because right now, if somebody wants to see me playing, like, Minecraft, they would only be able to see it on Saturday. Or if they want to see specifically, like, Dark Souls, they could only see it on Mondays and Thursdays. And having to remember that that's how the schedule works. If I was only streaming, like, 2 times a week, it wouldn't be a problem, because you just come into whatever stream, because I'm streaming that one game, but because I stream every single day, it's difficult to, like, know... It's difficult to remember what I'm playing. Even, I mean, provided you don't look at the schedule, of course. And I'm sure some people just come in to hang out and don't care what I'm playing, but you know, you don't want to come into a stream with a game you're genuinely like bored or appalled at, you know. I'm not gonna throw on some like random like horror game in the middle of my chill game streams, you know. But yeah, it's probably just a me thing. I just want to have a variety of content going at any given time. That way, anybody who wants to watch one thing but not other things can come in. Because I know that not all games are for all people, so I want like a variety going so that people can enjoy. You do like a chill horror, though? I mean, what constitutes a chill horror game? Where it's awful, but also kind of tranquil. You mean like a stream or a game? Because like I don't know very many horror games that are chill. I mean, I guess there's like the one where you like run a tea shop or whatever. That one's quite chill until it's not, I guess. Pipe is on the left. Is there like an indication which side the pipe is on? Like how next to a fuel gauge it tells you what side the fuel cap's on? I guess not. That's close. Just try to make your memories work, hang on. Like Vintage Story? I don't know if I'd consider Vintage Story a horror game, though. It's got spooky bits to it, but it's not really scary. I mean, it is scary, but only like 10% of the time. You barely went below the ground. That's not true. I went down underground a lot. I got to like the Bronze Age. I was working on getting iron. I played like 60 hours of the game. I played quite a lot. How deep? I don't know. I didn't keep track. Is there a way to tell how deep you are? I went deep enough that it was a pain in the butt to get down and up. Hey, Boy Scout, how you doing? How much money do I reckon I'm going to make from this? It wasn't a huge field, but it wasn't small. I'm going to guess 2,000 on top of the original, like, 2.5. Maybe. It's also difficult to discuss Vintage Story without, like, spoiling. So I can't be like, oh, I saw this thing, or I went to this thing, or did this stuff. You know, I could be like, eh, well, you know. You keep redacting things from your own questions, options, yeah. Let's see. I'm at 25,200. Once it dumps it all out, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, 2,000. That was about right. Easy. And then on top of the 2,200 that I got. Pretty alright. And there's no more harvests that I can do that are worth it. And... oh, mowing! Oh, finally a mowing contract! Oh my god! Yes! Amazing! I've been waiting for so long. I bought a lawnmower like 6 years ago. And by years, I mean like months in-game. Let's go mow some lawns. It's really heavy, apparently. Okay, where is it? 92. It's a bit heavy. I don't think the 1-ton weight at the front is gonna stop me falling over. Now, is it to the left or the right? It's just past that, okay. I mean, like, I guess Voices of the Void was a chill horror game. Like, it took like a good, 10 hours before any of the horror stuff popped up. It was just a scanning, cleaning game before then. Alright, let's get it on. Let's do this. I'm ready to start mowing lawns. Yeah. Need to straighten out my driving a bit, but yeah, we're mowing lawns. Finally, I've waited for so long. It is way too heavy though for my vehicle. What is the width on that thing? About that little nodule there. It's like... why did you mess up on the mowing? It's really fast. Yeah, I mean, like, I have some horror games I could play. Like I have, like, Static Dread still, like, ready to go. I was gonna play that during, like, Halloween-y times, but never got around to it. Dredge? Yeah, I guess. Dredge is kind of, like, chill for the most part. It's hard to say for sure, though. Like, that one was always kind of, like, unsettling to me. But that's just because it's an oceany game, I think. I mean, I guess in that same vein, like, Subnautica is quite a spooky game for someone like me, and it's not actually that scary most of the time. I try to name horror that is chill. Well, yeah. wish you could play Subnautica again. It was really good explore times. It was really fun. I really liked it. Did not know things in advance. Yeah, it was good, but it was always like really rough. Having to take like breaks randomly to not like have panic attacks. Oh, what was that driving game? Pacific Drive. That was a horror game that was quite chill most of the time. Just driving around grabbing things when spooky stuff would happen around you. Although I don't know if that was scary as much as it was just kind of like unsettling. That might count. Took so long to explore beyond what the biomes are declared safe. Yeah, I mean, it's a game about exploration, and, like, discovery. You know, like, there's no, like, time limit or anything, so there's no reason not to meander around and just enjoy the environments that are technically safe. Apparently, according to like random videos I've seen online, Subnautica is really bad at displaying like the size of stuff. Because like the I've seen like a video of like, you know, comparing like what they were actually like, the size of the things they actually are versus like what you see. And like when you're like playing in first person, everything looks like, you know, big. Like you can, like the Reaper Leviathan, for instance, is quite large, but like, you know, it's because you're seeing it like in first person and whatever. It's not. Real life fish are much bigger. Well, that's what I mean though. Like, I mean, like the because of the way the camera is in Subnautica, like the actual like size of the Leviathans in it are just like really small looking, but if you like looked at them from a distance next to like a human character model, you'd see how big they actually are, but you can't really tell when they're like close to you how big they are just because of how they've like set up the camera. So if you look like look up a I don't know, just there's probably like a video or something on YouTube, like actual size of the Leviathans in Subnautica or whatever. You'll see like that the Reapers, like if like this little dot was me, then this like whole bit here would be the Reaper Leviathan, right? Like that, like versus like when you're like in it, it's like, oh my god, the Reaper's like pretty big, and it's like, oh my god, it's gigantic. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it was really baffling to like see how much bigger they actually are supposed to be. But because of the camera, it doesn't look big. Don't want to do that one. Need to play with 3D glasses on. Well, apparently in VR, it helps a lot to tell how big they are. Subnautica has a VR mod. I tried it once, but it made me wildly ill, so I did not. I did not have the stomach to continue trying it. Okay, I gotta skip the day. I just want to keep on skipping time until I can sell my goods, basically. Not skip time, but I want to do stuff that I can actually do, and I want to get rid of the root crop harvests, because I can't do root crops. I just realized that was my car that I left back there. I teleported home and forgot this is my vehicle. I don't usually use my vehicle for stuff. Green beans. I can do green beans. Not doing root crops. Oh, look at that. 7,000 of those. It'd be so good if there wasn't such a pain to harvest. Another mowing contract there. I could do that. And I may accept one of the green bean contracts and send one of my NPCs to go do that. Okay, field 33. And I will follow them with the cargo, I guess. Flying or 3D swimming would make you sick immediately, and that's as someone who runs around in VR a bunch. Guess you could replay Abduction. You don't remember much about that one. There was a game I did play that I thought was very cool that was like, I was hoping to play to like keep me from being sick, to get me like acclimated to VR, called like Air Car or something, where you like fly around in like a cyberpunk city with like a sort of taxi. And that was no bad. That was not a good one for me. Flying's the worst. It was a cool game though, but yeah, it made me really sick. It was a cool idea, but like I couldn't get used to it, and it made me want to vomit. Gotta move slowly at first and only on the ground. I mean, yeah, I mean, this was a long time ago when I first got VR that I tried it. Definitely was not correct, decision-wise. Did I buy the heavier one of these? I think so. No, I bought the lighter one, 900 kilos. I might get a heavier one to see if I can use this mower with it. Oh yeah, I need to check the shop too. What is this? Bridges, you can plant your vegetables in afterwards. To plow? What was that? Is it a plow? I don't know. It's not very expensive, so I might be able to get it. This one, I already have a medium tractor. I can't use that because it requires a combine harvester. So what is the Grim GF400? Is that a plow? It's not a plow. Is it a harrower? It's not a harrower. Is it a disc harrow? It's not a disc harrow. What was it? Subspoiler? No. Spader? No. Picker? No. Cultivator? Rim? What the heck was that? Planter? It said it like aligned the ground for planting or something like that. This tool is used to create ridges into which you can plant your vegetables afterwards. That's a cultivator, surely. Or a roller. But it's not in here. I have no idea. Look at the brands, I guess. Do you have Grim on here? These are all planters. What is this? What is this? Is it a weeder? It's not a weeder. I have no idea what it is. I'm not going to buy it because I don't know what it is. It's a good price for whatever it is. You can do the flying thing where you flop your arms around to move. That's a little less bad, but the falling is still difficult. Yeah. Like, how many of these are incomprehensible? Like, brightly colored strand beasts. You mean all the various, like, machinery that is exactly the same as other machinery? I imagine if you know what it is, it wouldn't be a problem. Like, if I knew what... Like, I mean, I'm sure there's certain designs that just, like, make sense for whatever you're trying to do. Whoops, here we go. Like, for instance, I know that cultivators tend to have, like, these little hooks on them. Like, I know those are cultivators. They all have, like, little hooks that dig into the ground to, like, make furrows, but... I can't, like, tell what this is supposed to be. It looks like a disc harrow, kind of, or like maybe it's a mulcher. Like, but it wasn't in here. But like, if you look at the disc harrows, oops, they have like similar looking things. A lot of little legs, yeah. So maybe it's like maybe it was a power harrow, but like, again, just sort of not quite right. So maybe it was a mulcher? I didn't look at the mulchers, but I don't know why you'd have a mulcher. For planting, or for like preparing fields. And it's definitely not a mulcher. I just don't know what it is. I'm not going to use it because I don't know what it is. I mean, what are the other things that Grimm makes? Potato harvesters. And these are conveyors. So odds are it's probably related to potatoes. This is used for planting potatoes, so it's probably for clearing out potato crops, or something. I don't know. And I don't care to know. Ow, what the hell? My tires did not approve of that attempt at going up that curb. It is a strand beast. The strand beast is that thing on like the beach that gets blown by wind, right? Yes, okay. Just to be certain I know what we're talking about. It does have that vibe, for sure. Let's go. Wemo. Missing an edge of it. I guess I gotta hit that like nodule right there. Like exactly to not mess up, but it's easy to mess up. Difficult though, because it's in my peripheral vision. I can't look forward when I'm using it. I'm missing a little bit of grass, but probably not enough to matter. And if I do, I'll just go back over it. It's fine. It needs me to. Who knows if it will? I don't know how long it's going to take for them, the NPC to finish doing that. That field. I thought it'd be faster than that, but it's really slow going. Overcorrected a little bit. This feels like it's like a drainage ditch, but there's nothing going on in it. It's a little bit goopy and mucky. I don't know why I stuttered so bad there, but I don't usually stutter. That was weird. But yeah, it's a little bit goopy and mucky, but it's about the only extent I can... Like, it displays that it's for water. It's September as well, so it should be fairly rainy. Actually, I guess I don't know the climate in Poland, so maybe it's not. Although it does say it's going to rain soon. That's actually a problem. If it rains, then the harvest that's happening over there is going to be a lot less productive. The rain, like, lowers harvest rate by, like, 20% or something. So it's going to take a long time to harvest, and then it's also just not going to harvest very much. Which means no extra goodies to sell after the fact. This should be the last line that I have to do. I mean, aside from like little patches that I might miss around the edges there. Not much to be done about that, but that looks good. Nice. How are we done over here? Oh, it's a really small harvester, it looks like. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? No wonder it's taking so long. You're not even trying. Get it. You're fired. What are you doing? It's doing its best. It clearly wasn't. Which is bad. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Like, I mean, it looked like it was trying to do the header, or like the head of the field, the headlands, and then just like gave up because it had a tiny patch that it couldn't quite line up. But like, it couldn't figure out how to get the stupid patch of grass. I don't know why it was trying so hard for that one patch of grass. I guess I could tell it to ignore the headlands so it doesn't get stuck trying to do that, but I don't know. Like, it needs to be able to turn around. That's the whole point of the headlands, is that it gives it the opportunity to turn around while it's in the middle of, like, harvesting, but it did so little of the field in the amount of time that was given. I guess because it's such a big vehicle, it's hard for it to, like, turn, like, the places it needs to go to. Like, right there, I'm going to have to go back up and redo that. But, like, at least I'll know to just keep going down the straight line. Oh, I didn't even need to. Look at that. I barely missed it. But, like, yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's just... yeah, see, like, what... Don't work the headlands. Just do it. Actually, no, do the headlands, but start with up and down. Now enjoy. Get out of here. Okay, we completed that. Bale wrapping. I don't want to do that. I'd have to rent the equipment. Wouldn't be very much money. What other harvesting do you got? Nothing quick. Nothing easy. Plowing? We could do plowing. Although it's a pretty big field for such a small plow. And I would have to... I don't have a plow, so I'd have to rent it. Eh, may as well. I'm not doing anything else. I don't trust that to do it. I'll let it keep trying, but it's not looking good. I mean, I can go and, like, you know, handle my water and my, like, my pallets and stuff while it's struggling to do whatever it's doing. Sorry. I forgot how heavy this thing was. I could probably increase the weights on the front. That might be a good idea, just because of how much this thing weighs on the back. Although I don't know how much I'll use it. But I may as well go get this weight increased, just so it's a little bit easier to manage. This thing. 1,500, please. Thank you. Okay. There. Now I've added an extra, like, bunch of weight. It might not tip me over when I'm driving. That seems alright. Total lunar eclipse this time tomorrow. I doubt I'll see it. It's been raining here. So odds are it's going to be raining tomorrow too. Anytime there's a lunar event happening, it's always raining. Anytime there's any kind of event happening, it's raining. Must be some sort of reason for that. Okay, which field we're going to? 22. Alright, all the way to the end of the road, then up. Yeah. But I hope whoever gets to see it enjoys it. He'll try to remember to bully me to take a break at 3 or 4. I mean, yeah, you can. I guarantee it's not going to be there. Like, visible to me because of the rain. But I'm more than willing to look outside, I guess, see if it is raining or not. How far? Just all the way. Yeah, it's another blood moon, isn't it? I mean, I remember like 15 years ago, they were like, it's a once in a 400-year event, and then it's happened like every like 4 or 5 years for the last, well, 15 years or whatever. Maybe it's different things causing it to be, you know, blood red, but... Still, every time. All lunar eclipses are red. Well, good, I guess. I just feel like it was... they made a much bigger deal about it when I didn't understand what it was, I guess. Like I said, it's just... it's like... I mean, like I said, they're different reasons, I guess, for the eclipses to happen, but to me, they're just turning different. They're just turning the moon red, and they're all exactly the same to me. Not that it's not cool, but like, I don't know. What do you mean question marks? I mean, different reasons. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, Mars? I have no idea. Like, I remember somebody, like, spreading a rumor that Mars was reflecting onto the moon back when it was, like originally announced. I have no idea how it works. I don't care. It's cool, I guess, but I've never seen it. It's always cloudy and rainy. Like, these events mean nothing to me when I can't witness them, so I just don't care that much. And it's kind of great, like, sad, but... like, I just can't see them, so it's like, whatever. That's basically it. That's really all... It's my only, like, complaint is just I don't get to witness it. I'll look tomorrow and hope it's different, but... my point is that, like, I don't know. Mars never... okay, that's nice. It was like 15 years ago. I don't know what happened. I just remember somebody saying something like, oh, this one event that turns the moon red only happens once every 400 years, and then it happens every other year. So I was just kind of like a little bit less impressed after that. So it must have been something. It was like a horoscope thing, maybe? Maybe, I don't know. I didn't look into it. I have no idea what it was. Anyway. As cool as it is that the moon might turn red, if I can't see it, it's a lot less exciting. This plow is very small. Moon gets red during a total lunar eclipse because the Earth's shadow covers the moon, but because the Earth has an atmosphere, the red light of all of the sunsets happening around the globe does get seen from the moon. Huh. Alright. Cool. I wonder what Earth looks like from the moon, then. During an eclipse. Just shadow? Or does it look like a glowing orb? Very likely a black circle with a bright red ring around it. Ominous. It only took an hour for you to be here for this to finally show up. The 170 stream streak. Nice. Well, thank you. You probably could have, like, you know, left at AFK and just gone to bed or something. You didn't need to stick around. But appreciate it regardless. Definitely missing bits. I might need to turn on the guidelines, since it's hard to... This thing's so small, it's hard to actually get it accurate. Wow. You're AFK. Getting dinner prep for tomorrow. Just sat down for a snack and that popped up. Alright. Well, what's dinner tomorrow? Anything exciting? Ah, there's a river here. Got some pork roast in the slow cooker, smothered in barbecue sauce and spices. Cool. Very good. I haven't used my slow cooker in a while. I really should get into buying roasts. They're always great. I don't know if I have the patience to wait. I'll usually just use the pan. I'll usually just pan roast instead of pot roast. But yeah, something about slow cooking just makes food better, but I'm always too impatient, or I just don't prep ahead of time. I'm too whimsical with my foodstuffs. Just like, ooh, I would like to have insert food here today. You love and hate slow cookers? They were great when you were in college, just set and forget, and boom, food when you get home. Now that you live in your house 24/7, it's throw food in, smell it for 16 hours. Yeah, I mean, that's the downside. It's definitely a rough one for sure. But hey, just all that anticipation gets to build up until you can get it, you know? You get to be real excited for it all day. Okay, how's my NPC's cargo? Bad, alright. At least they're actually harvesting now, though. Any other missiones I can do? A 9,000 euro cultivation job. That's pretty cool. I might just take that and let an NPC do it. Which I said I wouldn't do, but I'm going to anyway, because I'm a filthy liar. I have no respect for the rules. Freaking half track over here? No, it's an actual tractor. It's a tractor. Ooh, it's not the right one. Gotta go into this one. That one. Your favorites to set and forget and realize it wasn't actually plugged in for 4 hours? Ugh, yikes. If you got a garage or a balcony shelter, then you can chuck it outside and not smell it as much. No, that's bad. That's a bad idea. The raccoons will get it before. The bears might also get it, but it's most likely the raccoons that you'll get in trouble with. Now you have an Instant Pot. It's not possible for you to do anymore, but you did that with your crock pot more than you care to admit. It happens. It's fine. It's only a few extra hours. It's not like it really needs to cook for 16 hours. Like, it'll still be good after 12. Get a table out on your deck, then that might be a good idea, but you don't even know if there's an outlet out there. You ever looked? You know, you're well in town and on the second floor. Bears can climb, first of all, and so can raccoons, so it will not be safe. Also cats. Cats can climb too. Also rats. I don't know if you have any rat problems, but I don't know if, well, rats are probably not strong enough to knock the pot off. But they'll be there. They'll be square. Possums there. We're not all interested in your slow cooker, so maybe this advice is just for there. And maybe. I mean, bears are very much acclimated to, like, human food. Like, you can't... if you're going camping, you need to, like, be careful about bears. No, the rain, it started. That field that's being harvested is going to get lower yields now. It was doing so poorly before anyway. But yeah, bears will pretty frequently just wander into towns. It depends on the type of bear, but black bears are usually the most skittish, but they're the ones that kind of get into town pretty easily. Sneak around. They're smaller, but still bear. People make a big deal about dangerous Australian animals, but it's real nice not having to worry about bears or moose or rabies. You don't have to worry about rabies in Australia. Nope, really? Why? I mean, good, but why? Temperature too high? Or some other thing? Hasn't been introduced yet? That's wild to me. That like a random like a random creature hasn't gotten into Australia to spread rabies. Like, it's not super common that something has rabies here, but it's still something that, like, you gotta worry about. You gotta be aware of. Basically, like, rule of thumb is if you get bit by a wild animal, or any animal, get a rabies shot immediately, because otherwise you might just die. There's other rabies-like viruses, but they aren't really an issue unless you're handling bats themselves. Yeah. Yeah, also moose aren't really a big deal either. Like, moose are, I mean, big, but they're fairly uncommon, and they mostly stick to the woods. Worst case, you'll probably run into one when you're, like, driving up, like, a mountain road or something, but... You only really gotta worry about them in, like, mating season. They're kind of like they're not that common, so you know, like, that's not something to be worried about. You're not gonna, like, be wandering through the forest and suddenly bump into a moose that, like, kills you, tramples you to death. Chubby Emu just did a video on a person getting rabies through a kidney donation. Wild. Ooh, that's rough. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's just rule of thumb is make sure that if you get bit by an animal, get a rabies shot. Because, like, if it's if it's late enough in the infection process to be detected, it's too late and you will die. So get vaccinated for it immediately on getting bit, and if the creature didn't have rabies, great. And if it did, then you're alive. So this kind of just did, like, like, it sucks, but, you know, it's not that hard to deal with. And also, usually you can kind of, I mean, like, with creatures that actually have, like, rabies, you can usually tell they have rabies, because they act differently than a creature regularly does. They're not just, like, normal, like, they're abnormal creatures at that stage. I remember the first time I ever... Well, I mean, like, it doesn't... It's not that interesting, now that I've thought about it. First time I ever heard the word hydrophobia was from playing a game called, like, Condemned on Xbox 360. And hydrophobia is rabies, basically, as far as I remember in the game. Is like the rabies is called hydrophobia. In that game. And they make a big deal of it because you're being chased by a bear that has rabies. And for some reason, that part matters. Not the fact that you're being chased by a grizzly bear, but that the bear happens to also have rabies. That's also the first time I ever played a game, like a horror game, that I realized that horror games aren't scary if you don't take them seriously. So now I only, if I ever play a horror game, I only play it as if I'm, like, role-playing the horror game and, like, immersing myself in the game. Because in that one game, in Condemned, I found that if I just, like, sort of sprinted through the areas... Instead of, like, being slow, then it wasn't scary. Just run straight through, and it's like, oh, well, there's enemies there, and there are creatures, and there's walking around. It would be scary if I was being slow and listening to all the audio cues and stuff. But once you realize you can just sprint through it, it's not scary anymore, because nothing's there. You're not, like, giving yourself any amount of, like, I don't know, creep factor, I guess. I don't know. The donor got scratched by a rabid skunk and while protecting a kitten and suddenly died and was an organ donor. Turns out they died of rabies. Well, they don't test for that kind of thing. Well, like I said, I'm pretty sure that rabies is only detectable once you've had it for too long to live. Like, I don't remember for sure how it works. Like, you don't show symptoms of having rabies until you're too late. I don't know if you could detect it in the blood. You probably could. The donor got scratched and then died. Did they die before the donating the organs? Oh, they suddenly died and was an organ donor. Oh yeah, they should have tested for that for sure. Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought they donated an organ and then just happened to have died. I misunderstood. I thought it was different. My mistake. Oops. Lifted the thing. I should probably check on the field again. How's the 93? It's almost done, but got the entire headlands to work on, so it'll be a while. Didn't even think about live organ donation. Yeah. kidney's the most normal live organ donate. Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. I thought it was just a normal donation. I was like, all right, we got 2 of those things. They can live without one. If you want more info, you should watch the video. True. Promoting somebody else in my stream. I can't believe this. But no, that sounds very sad. I probably won't watch it because I don't like sad things. But also, it might just be interesting to learn more about rabies through it. Oh, that's another game I wanted to play. Sorry, this isn't related really. That's kidneys or organ donation or anything. But there's the wrong line. Dungeons of Dreadmore, which is wholly unrelated. I was just thinking about it. It's a game that came out years and years ago that I played a little bit of and really liked, but never really got very far in, and I always wanted to go back to it, never did. So I might play that on stream at some point. The donor's blood tested negative for presence of rabies, but the kidney was positive. Interesting. I wonder why. Maybe the kidneys filtered out whatever little bit of rabies was in the blood, and then just was too much to handle? Or didn't get the chance to process fully or something? I don't know. Rabies is wild like that? Yeah, I mean, it's not really one that you can do a ton of research on, I'd imagine, since people die very quickly with it. Probably why it's so dangerous, just hard to figure out. I'm definitely missing lines here. Right there and right here. Rabies testing is stated to be not routine, and that testing was done after the fact on stored samples. Rabies is not bloodborne, it lives in the nerve tissue. I think you can only detect anti-rabies antibodies in the blood. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Don't quote without checking. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, fact of the matter is just that it's dangerous, and get vaccinated if you get attacked by an animal. Like, I don't know. I thought it was transferred through saliva, which I guess can be done through claws as well if they happen to lick their claws, maybe, but better safe than sorry, I suppose. Okay, excellent. The job is done, skidoodles. And we're still working on this one here. Did they finish yet? They're just about there somewhere. Grab this over there. It's through saliva, but they can lick their claws. Yeah. coming! Chosen one! Gotta wait for them to futz. Don't handle bats barehanded. Yeah. I don't remember... Like, I remember there was, like, this TV show about, like, dumb ways to die, or something like that. I remember... And it wasn't, like, a... Maybe it was, like most mysterious death or something. And I'm only, like, half remembering this, so don't quote me on this, but... I remember somebody got, like, a vampire bat, like, bit their finger, and nobody could tell that, like, it was an injury there, because they, you know, don't bite hard. And he was, like, asleep. And he got rabies from the vampire bat and died, because it was, like, it bit his finger and, like, licked his blood out. Something like that. And I don't think it was a dumb ways to die. I think it was just, like, a mysterious deaths or something. But... that's always made me paranoid about bats. These guys, these nerds do not know how to navigate the square field. You know, he didn't get bit. He got bit by a bat. He got bit by a vampire bat. He, like, bit his finger, like when he was asleep or something. Did I forget to say bit? This, alright, you need to be fired. This is ridiculous. You're just wasting my money. I don't know what it is about the corners of this field, but they cannot do the corners. The programming is so bad on them. Yeah, it's not great. The thing is, it's fine most of the time. It's just not for this. Which side is the bunker? Yeah, I'm guessing I just misspoke accidentally when I was talking about the bat thing, but... I remember, like... I specifically remember there was a scene, because it's like a dramatic recreation. There was a scene where the guy was, like, passed out in his, like, chair in the living room. And, like, a little tiny bat came up to his finger and, like, bit it and started licking the blood off. And it's like, and then he died. And I'm like, dang. Indoors, yeah. Turns out I'm bad at conveying stories I've seen on television. I didn't even mention that it was inside his own house. But, like, apparently vampire bats just, like, don't make, like, visible wounds or whatever. So he just didn't know he'd been bit. I guess. Do a bit of a little scrape, but it's not, it's normally on the backs of animals. Yeah, I mean that, yeah, well, I supposedly it was on his finger, but I don't know how much of the show was, like, accurate versus just sort of, like, dramatized. But in the scene, it was on his finger. That was the same show that had a lady who died because she used a carrot to masturbate with, and it like cut up her insides and got her all ill, and she died. Which is something I've never forgotten, and haunts my waking thoughts whenever I eat carrots. So now you have to think about that too. Vampire bats do little incisions and then lick the blood? Yeah. Not at all like they're meant to be, like in real, you know, in like mythology or whatever, with the vampires. I guess probably the vampire bats were named after vampires. Not the other way around. Doesn't sound like a show that puts science first. Yeah, probably not, but they had some interesting things. They had another one where a person would like chained themselves to the back of a car and like sat on a skateboard and it got caught and chopped them in half. When they were like you know, zooming around. Again, it was definitely like a show for like funny, not funny, but like strange ways to die. So, you know, you live in vampire bat country, you should get vaccinated, I guess. Just, you might never know when you're bitten. Yeah, but I feel like there's like a level of like caution versus like realism there. Like, you don't want to get vaccinated for every little scrape or bump or bruise or whatever you get. But there's always the possibility that you got by a vampire bat. Yeah, this TV show was on like MTV or something. Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, something like that. I don't even remember when. I saw it at a friend's house. So, the memories are there, but faded. They just missed like a lot of random bits around the place. Look at this. I guess maybe they're going to come back to it, but weird. Okay. The field cultivation's almost done. I think that once I sell all these, which I probably won't make a profit on, it'll complete that job too. Although there is possibility that because it's raining, I won't harvest enough to sell to like complete the job. We'll have to wait and see. How did who know? Person who died from the vampire bat? How did the random television show know? I have no idea. I didn't look into it. It was a long time ago and it didn't matter to me then. As far as I know, that they had rabies, and nobody knew why. They just died one day from rabies. Maybe it was just a theorized thing, or maybe they found evidence that it was a bat somehow. Maybe there was like a bunch of bats that lived in the house. I don't know. It was far too long ago. I don't remember the name of the show exactly, and again, it was probably not entirely accurate scientifically, so who knows? I'm just conveying a story that I once saw. Can't find anything about it online. It was like it wasn't like before the internet, but it was like still pretty. It was like maybe it was like right after dial-up stopped being as popular. Like as soon as like I don't know when, but it wasn't 10 years ago or 12 years ago. It was probably a while after that. Like what's a God? What like? Let me think for a second. How long ago was that? It might have been 20 years ago. Or like maybe 16, 17. I'm pretty sure it was a TV show on MTV. The before times. Yeah, it would have been it was a long time ago. It would have been like around the time that like forums and stuff were still like commonplace. Oh, they finished. Are there any other fun jobs that I could do? I don't have much time left, so probably not. Plowing ones? They're really small plows. I don't really want to do those. Okay, I'm just going down to the right of the road. It's difficult to, like, talk about things pre-internet or, like, early internet, because it was a long time ago. You don't like the shows that make things up to be scarier? I mean, that's fair. Sensationalizing stuff for the sake of, like, viewership is, pretty ridiculous, but it works. It's all about retaining that viewership. That's why you got, like, all those, like, YouTube, like, ghost video channels. And you won't believe what happened next. That kind of... Never in their life have they seen something so heroic. Heroic? Horrific. Sort of wrong word there, but you know what I meant. The ghost jumped in front of the car to save the child. But no, it's like, you know, just a bit wacky. When it's fiction, it's fine, but the ones pretending to be doctors, it's messed up. Yeah, for sure. With an exception of, like, comedy or satire, obviously. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. I know that, like, like, there was a big part of, like, oh gosh, like television history, and it still exists, where they would just, like, grab random videos off of, like YouTube and put them up on their TV show, and then watch those. And, like, that was, like, super common, and it still exists. Like, my grandmother used to watch all the time. Like, God, it's the show with, like, the Osbournes. They, like, just sit on a couch and watch stupid, like, internet videos, and then comment on them. Like that, and Rob Dyrdek's Ridiculousness. You know, the famous skateboarder who decided to host, like, who decided to own MTV at one point for some reason. So my grandmother really likes those silly YouTube videos that get played on like television. And I'm like, dang. This is Spinal Tap is wonderful. Mockumentaries, that's the genre. Ah, yeah. Like what's her face, Kunk or whatever, like that person. I haven't seen much of, but am aware of. Well, I guess she's not really pretending to know anything. I think that's kind of the joke, isn't it? That she doesn't know anything. But, you know, there's real scientists on that show. You know, people of scientific or what a standing, respected professionals. Kunk is full of real science and real scientists, just the presenter that's bonkers. Yeah. I genuinely haven't watched much of it, but I have seen, like clips from it, and it's, like, very clear she's, like, putting on, like, an act. Like, but it's one of those shows that I feel like can't last very long without being, like, obviously people who, like, know who she is after a while, and they're not gonna, like, fall for the bit. Like, when it's, like, when they might not know who she is, and, like, it's, like, a silly interview that, like, you know how, like, the Eric Andre show used to be, like, where they would, like, interview people who were, like, just told that they were, like, going on an interview, and then he would, like, harass them. I didn't like the show, but I liked, like, that the premise was something that, like, the celebrities don't know who. You don't know who Eric Andre is? Oh. He's a comedian. He had a show on MTV, I think. It's either MTV or Comedy Central, where he would, like, invite celebrities on to, like, do an interview about, like, their new movie or whatever. But they didn't know who he was. They would just, like, talk to the agent, and then they would get booked, and they would go on the show for an interview. And he would have, like, this really unhinged, like, sort of silly harassment, like, period, where he would just, like, start asking them interview questions, and then something would just happen, and they'd just, like, ignore it for a while, or the questions would be, like, nonsense or wild. It's kind of funny, but, like, it gets very sort of too much, like, very quickly. Oh, do you know the meme, Who Could Have Done This? Like, the Who Could Have Done This meme? With the guy who, like, pulls out a gun and shoots the other guy. He's like, who could have done this? That meme? That's Eric Andre show. That's why his face looks so familiar. Yeah, or the Let Me In! That one. So he's in a lot of memes. But yeah, so genuinely the show's kind of funny, but I feel like it takes a lot of stuff too far to a point that, like, a lot of, like, that era of sort of comedy had, where it was just kind of like, oh, that's a funny idea. And it's like, maybe a bit, not anymore, kind of stuff. So Yeah, I like the idea of like getting celebrities on and then like making a joke interview, but it did genuinely get to a point of like harassment in like no time flat. But yeah, it was a time. I think it was pretty popular around the time that Andy Milonakis' show was popular. Maybe Andy Milonakis was before. I can't really remember, but they were similar vibes. Also, it's American television, so it wouldn't make a whole lot of sense if you knew what it was exactly, I guess. You don't recognize Milonakis images at all? Yeah. Andy Milonakis is a man who has, like, I don't know what it's called. It's the condition that means you don't age. So he looks kind of like a prepubescent, like, 13-year-old boy. And he has done for, like, the last, like, 40 years or something. So at one point he had a television show where he would go around like acting like a child, but doing like really like illegal stuff. Well, not illegal, but like he would be like going up to people on the street and being like, "Hey, can you buy me a pack of cigarettes?" And it's like, you know, he looks like he's like 12. So like, you know, stuff like that. And like, "Oh man, I really could use some hard liquor or whatever." And he'd give him like a fistful of cash and try to get people to buy him stuff. I mean, that's not all that the show was, but that was like a big part of it. He would do stuff like that. And then he'd have like these silly skit sections where he'd like order pizza or something and like be tied up to a chair. Like this is one that I remember specifically. He like, ordered pizza and he got tied up to a chair. And the pizza guy is like arrives. He's like, open the door. It's fine. You can come in. And then the pizza guy comes in and he's like disturbed because there's a child tied up to a chair. And he's just like, no, just put it down. It's fine. Just put it on the ground. Don't worry. You can just take the money out of my pocket. Just come over here and take it out of my pocket. It's like, it's just really weird stuff like that. It's not really that funny, but like at the time it was just kind of like interesting to see because it was like unique and new. And again, like, it's the kind of absurdity of seeing who looks to be a child doing these things. But I don't think it was good. It was just one of those shows of the time that was popular and strange. But I think during the Andy Milonakis show, he was like 35 or 36 or something. But yeah, he's just a comedian. He's just a random comedian who had a show in the early 2000s. And again, that's American television, so it makes perfect sense if you don't know who he is. And it's like if you're, you know, not like 4.5 billion years old, you probably wouldn't know him either. I can, and I'm not going to sing it, but I can remember the entire Andy Milonakis theme show, or theme song to the... whatever. I know the entire theme song, and I've never forgotten it. And it's not funny or good, but I remember it. So it clearly left an impression. I have quoted it a couple of times randomly that nobody has ever called me out on, so that's fun. Okay, I need to probably load up the pallets. They're getting out of hand at this point. You remember the Tom Green Show theme lyrics, but not the actual programming? I don't know. I know the name Tom Green, but I don't know that I've ever seen it. I think I only know Tom Green because of Eminem. Because he mentioned that Tom Green helped a dead moose once. In one of his in one of his songs. At least I think that was Tom Green. Now that I've thought about it for an amount of time, I don't remember for sure. Maybe I'm just making nonsense up. I'm pretty sure that was right. I'm pretty sure that's the right person. Ooh, Canadian apparently, yeah. Yeah, these shows were all like there was like an era of shows where things were just like absurd for the sake of absurdity. Like this was like the same era like Jackass was popular. So I imagine that if you weren't like aware of the television shows of that time, then a lot of the references that I randomly make probably wouldn't be picked up on. And again, if it's American or not. And I'm sure other people can make plenty of references I wouldn't understand. That's fine. Can I make it up there? Oh, yeah, it looks like it. No, that didn't work. Probably fine. Just, there you go. That'll be perfect right there. We all know that's how physics work. Not being able to see the forks in the front makes it really difficult to navigate around these greenhouses. I just had like this massive nostalgia hit for some reason of like like vaguely missing being in an airport for some reason. Like, I don't even know why. I haven't been in an airport in at least 10 years. Well, damn, there goes all the crates. If only somebody bothered to even out this terrain, you know? Before putting down all these buildings. Get off my fork. Sure. Not quite the angle I wanted, but I'll take it. Good enough. Get on there. No! I don't like that it doesn't understand that it's off the fork. It just randomly puts itself back on the fork. This is going very badly as far as space efficiency goes. God, a forklift driving in real life would be so much easier than in this video game. I swear to God. Good enough. In real life, you destroy a lot more things. I mean, like, in real life, I probably wouldn't bump into nonsense all the time. The forklift times just go straight through. Well, I wouldn't be messing up the, the picking up stuff and putting stuff down as much. I'd have, like, direct control over where things were going. Not just sort of vague control. I'd also have depth perception, so I could tell where things were at. I'd also be able to tell when something is off of the tines. Be taking out half the greenhouses. I you know, I don't crash cars in real life. I have a getting them stuck in dirt. This is not. Yes, if I was driving a forklift exactly like I was in this video game, I would definitely be doing those things. But I'm saying that I wouldn't be doing it this way because I would know where things are at, and I'd be able to tell the difference. But, like, I can't see how far away I am from this because I don't have any depth perception. And, like, right now, it should have been off the fork right there because it stopped moving, right? But it wasn't. Still trying to pick it up. If you're doing it better, you probably destroy less things. Yes, you're correct. Sassy pants. In real life, I'd probably also have like a hand truck that I could grab if I needed to get something in a precarious location. And logistically, I probably wouldn't have built these greenhouses in such a place that was hard to access for a forklift. It's so easy to do a lot of damage with farm equipment. So easy. Well, probably. Thinking about all the mishaps that happened to you on your family farm. That's real common. Well, maybe. As somebody who hasn't experienced it, I bet I could do it perfectly. Who has no training or experience with any of this stuff, I bet I wouldn't even struggle. Someone who has the confidence to say something about something they've never experienced. As someone who can't drink soup correctly, I can drink soup fine. I can't hold it correctly. Thank you very much. I don't usually spill my soup while I'm in the process of drinking it. I spill it when I'm picking it up and putting it down. So take that. Also, this is rear-wheel drive, which makes it much harder for me to get used to. Because I keep forgetting it's rear-wheel drive, and I bump into things. Because I guess that's maybe better for turn circles or something. I don't know why you'd make it a rear-wheel drive. It's normal? No, not really. There's tons of cars that have, like, old cars that have rear-wheel drive, but it's mostly front-wheel. And I mean America, I don't know. I've never driven a rear-wheel drive vehicle. I find it incredibly difficult to get used to in this game because it is. I keep forgetting that it's a thing that's happening. Okay, I have a little bit more room on this incredibly well laid out platform bed, but I can't sell anything for a while. Oops. Who put the tree there? Brand new tree. Okay, we want to fold the trailer to squish them in, and then snap the belts on once they've been squished. Okay, well, I didn't snap the belts on fast enough. Has this ever happened to you? You're trying to squish all the bits in, and then suddenly the cabbage falls off the truck bed. It's more common than you think. Okay. Can end the day now. Double check the jobs. Root. Carrots, peas. Oh, six. Yeah, it's carrots. Carrots and beets are root crops. Can't harvest those. What was the? It was November. I wanted to sell the eggs in, and then I needed to wait till January to sell everything else. Well, either way, it's the end of my stream. We got a Mack truck available. A corn header. New tractor. That's a big one. That's a big tractor. And we got a combine harvester. Oh no, this is a spinach harvester. Never mind. It's not a combine harvester. It's worse. Okay. God, clouds are kind of awful, huh? Alright, how much? November, 4,000, okay. They sell for quite a bit more. I mean, they're not bad now, 3,500, but 4,200 is way better. And then eventually we'll sell in January for 1,500, well, for whatever, different things. No problems there. How much was a field? The cheapest field I was planning on buying was this one, I think. 51,000, 48,000 on that. I can afford that one. Well, either way. Definitely next time I play, I'll be able to afford a field. We haven't seen the chickens today. Let's hang out with the chickens. How much eggs do you got? You have one. Oh no, I see. It's different pallet sides. Oh, they just produced. So you have 198 kilos of eggs. 690 eggs, apparently. Hello. You look like a dove. So what's a dove doing in my chickens? Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna head off. Thanks for hanging out. Chatting, lurking, all that. Appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow with Dark Souls. Day after that, XCOM. I'm probably gonna beat XCOM next stream, and then I might beat Dark Souls the stream after next, so we'll see. I haven't decided if I'm gonna start Dinkum on Wednesday or if I'm gonna go and play Into the Breach or not, but we'll see. I'll figure it out. Either way, take care. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.